Hello, and welcome to the Wastelands, where everyone's a little mad and crazy. Crazy is playing a game called Blueprints and reading a book called Red Prince. And being assaulted by a cat. Hi Luna, you know I'm kind of busy right now. This is usually around the time that I start working. Anyway, since I'm still doing my intro, I'll distract my cat a little. So, I do have a couple of goals set for myself today. So far the two things that I have noticed is there are 8 red letters to get, and according to the Al-Azhar, that fortune-telling machine, there are only 7 available, supposedly. I guess we'll see how true that is. But my goal today is I want to open the time-sensitive safe in the shelter and see what that gets me. My other goal is to also unlock the last section of the outer grounds that I need, because I remember the diary that I read from the groundskeeper that said that the outside area is still the one using that old steam system, that old boiler system. And according to that, all the valves should be outside, which means I don't need to look for the boiler room in the manor. I need to look for the last grounds, where I'll probably find the last valve that I need to switch. So that the goal today is the shelter, getting the last candle lit, and trying to get far enough in, because I've also noticed, I don't know if this is true, but this is just my current running theory, that you need to build a room once in the higher ranks in order to unlock their availability or their appearance in the lower ranks, I think. I've noticed during one of my previous runs where I got further that one of the things that I could get was a permanent edition. I want to try and get that again and place it, because I think that might lead to the last section of the outer walls, but if it doesn't, that's also one of my goals that I want to get to today. I'm not gonna make too lofty of goals. I think those are the ones achievable. So let's jump in and see how far we get. I am very eager to play this game more. This game is a lot of fun to play. I will say I'll need to wait for the shelter for at least another hour, because I've set it to open it within an hour and it stays open for 4 hours. Luna, I am busy now. Now that I'm actually starting, I can't pay too much attention to you, girl. I'll play with you later. I'll pay attention to you later, girl. Luna. No. Sure, why not? I've got a lot of steps. So there is something with that color-coded number that I'll probably have to sort out to get somewhere, but that is not for right away, I think. And yeah, I already have 3 of the 4 flames active. So I just need 1 more. I'm also going to try and be more careful with the resources I have. And try not to use my gems too early on. Oh wait, I don't need gems. That is actually a good one for in the corner. Ooh, clavis. That's nice. Also, another thing that I want to try and get to is in that one architect's journal that I read. There was the showroom. I do want to try and get to that. Ooh, apple. The gems are in the black box. The gems are in the white box. The only one box displays a true statement. No, that is false. Wait. It's basically a gamble. They were in the white box. Ah, well. I'm not actually using gems today. Ooh, orange. Oh, orange is 5 steps. That's nice. So that is actually not a bad one to ended up in. I don't have the garage, the car key yet. Nor do I have the breaker room to open this up. But I've got the keys, so... Okay, nothing extra here, just extra steps. It's 3 extra steps. However, this is a good one to have early. Okay. So that's an interesting experiment to run. Can't do this yet, because there's no... Let's see if there's anything else to pick up. Nope. Doesn't look like it. I have volume 3 and 4. I do need volume 4 again. That's 6 steps though. Sure, because I haven't actually drafted that before. A small recital hall providing an ideal setup for musical performances and accompanists. It is uncommon for at least a few recitals and performances to be held in this intimate setting each year. Ooh, the prism key. If you unlock a door with a prism key in a green room, hallway, bedroom, red room, or shop, you will draw 4 plants of that same color. Interesting. That was a lot of steps though. Experiment successful. So the boudoir also counts as a bedroom? There's no bed in here. It counts as a bedroom. Ooh, salt. That is good. Redraw floor plan. Redraw floor plan. That would be a dead end. I've never been here. Let me see what this actually is. Don't have enough money for this yet. Courtyard, I'll have to. I do have a shovel. Broken lever. Old shoe. I locked myself off. Okay, I did a stupid. Unless... I think I have this information sheet. I do. Hi, voices. And a happy Sunday. How are you doing today? Ooh, more steps. That's good. So I finally... I'm doing alright. I finally saw a door that I was looking for, so I know where that door is. Getting there will be impossible in this run, because I blocked myself off. But I've used a broken lever, which is also new, so hey, progress. A standard hub of domestic toil, complete with washers, dryers, and a state-of-the-art steam-powered unit leveraging the newly installed steam ducts loading from the boiler room. Despite its innocent appearance, this inconspicuous space is rumored to launder more than just linen. So, if you don't mind me asking, what are you working on? Also, let me... There you go. A well-deserved shout-out. And I got mid-sized villa this time. Oh, well, I'm looking forward to when you post them. If you post them on YouTube, I'll probably take a look at them. Now that I got the shovel, I don't have the root cellar. And when I get the root cellar, I don't get the shovel. It's always something. Let's get this out of the way first. The silver key, that's a good one. Well, I hope you enjoy. My content is a little all over the place. Let's place this. Ooh, car keys. That's also a good start. Let me set up another experiment. So this time I'm gonna have to put on a lot of red rooms. I'm gonna lose a lot of steps, but it's not actually about winning this time, because with every red room I draft, I permanently increase my starting money. Chapel. Experiment successful. So these notes are the same, right? Yes. I have lost a lot of steps with that one. At least I only lose half my steps once, not upon entering. Key to the secret garden. Find here within these first, I'm gonna save these for. Find here within these first words sung the key you seek in major tongue, but half the sheets are missing from the four you hold, the rest far flung. I did find page 5. A half note held is quite a pun. Among this scattered symphony, a message hidden beneath the keys in bold words sung by you and me, a fractured note, an urgent plea, in bold words sung, I do repeat. The ones of you who oft assume that you alone can solve this tune are likely going to get your due and all the rage that will ensue while working on this simple clue. White pages lined with melodies do hide the words we've come to seek, and from our choice among all these, we write down one that seems to be the loudest type with ink that bleeds. And then I have the fourth one, which is two trees found inside will never shade, the gems that shine in night and rain. The clue you hold cannot be paid with gems nor coin. Toss away. These sheets you find a worthy trade. So, first words on the sheets. Find a no. denoted in verse. Gem. And a coupon book. That's a good one. Let me get a library in here. No, that's the wrong one. That is number 4, so I need to order number 3 next time. I hope this isn't a dead end. It's... What room is this? Chamber of Mirrors. You can now draft second copies of rooms you already have in the house. Jesus. There's a lot to this game. I also love how it's like dead end quotation marks. Reflections of reflections. This confusing room can sometimes prove disorienting to the wayward guest. However, upon closer inspection, they quickly realize that viewing this room from more than one perspective is key to unveiling its secrets. So it is a dead end. But I achieved some progress. Interesting. Well, I knew it wasn't going to be a long run, but I decided to sacrifice a bit of time this time in order to actually increase my starting funds. So it's a sacrifice of a single day to get more money at the start. Not the worst trade-off. So what's my starting money at right now? 6. That's actually pretty decent. Still too early. Let me do the trading post again, but let me come back. Let me come back when I have an item that I'm not interested in. Thought I saw something red. Because I know that I still have an item in storage. So West and east are operational. Let's take a close look around. So I have a code here somewhere. 9083. 9083. But what if it is 3809? No. 0983. Hi Toshi, how are you doing? How's your Sunday? No. Then what is the safe code? That's something else. Don't think I have the safe code yet. I'm doing alright. I'm actually having a blast playing this game. This game is a lot of fun. Also, sound warning, it's gonna have one of those dial-up sounds, so it's gonna be sharp for a moment. Just a heads up. But yeah, I'm doing really well. This game is a blast, by the way. I really recommend you play it. If this is your cup of tea, of course. Let me get a shovel, just to be safe. Floor plans that are hidden from view after the drafting archives are considered archived floor plans. Okay. Certain rooms can affect the drafting pool and the drafting process. This is known as fittingly as a drafting room and are noted on the floor by the compass symbols. Okay. The estate's boiler room is known as a power source because it provides steam power to various rooms in the house. Steam power is conveyed room to room via ducts that run across the ceiling, and power can be transported across great distances as long as you continue to string together rooms that contain power ducts. Rank. right. Oh, okay. Ooh, money. I haven't got a lot of rooms yet, which means that there should be quite a bit of money in the past 3 rooms. There we go. But yeah, what have you been up to, Toshi? Been doing anything interesting? I wonder, because I have a picture of a family tree. It doesn't say dates is the issue. Okay, so in theory, this would be a good one to place a dead end. What is compass? That is helpful. So I gotta come back here if I can figure out which bedroom has a special effect. This box is not empty. This box contains gems. All statements that contain the word gems are false. So that would be false. So this one? These puzzles are getting more difficult. Gonna have to use this because I need resources. Let's see what happens if I get the aquarium now. Because I don't know if it works like I have to guess it, or one of the bedrooms will have a special effect and then I need to guess what. Give me a den. Pantry. More steps. Nook. Okay. Need to start saving up resources. It's a big spending, but it does get me some interesting keys. Let that be the breaker room? No. This is the closet. A dice, that's a good item. So I shouldn't change this until I find a breaker room that hopefully doesn't end up blocking my path. Hallway. That is the room that I was talking about. The foundation, the cornerstone of the house, unvarying and unchanging. The foundation is one of the only constant in the estate on which you can truly rely. This natural cavity was hollowed directly out of the mountain itself, with its stone and earth walls displaying the underlying coarseness that the rest of the mansion conceals. So I do notice something that's up there, but I don't know how to reach that. Let me quickly go back. I'm gonna be wasting a couple steps, sadly. But I want to try the trading post. So I'm curious if the foundation is now always going to spawn there. Because if it is, I do regret placing it in that location. Ooh, yes. Okay. What does the wrench do? Okay. What can I get for the compass? Car keys. No. 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 Okay, so this is interesting. When I have a little more steps, so maybe next day, I'm going to try and check out to see whether or not I can find another way into the foundation. Oh, wrong way. Whoops. That isn't a good start. Hopefully I can get a couple more steps in soon. Also, ad break starting soon. I'll be taking a short break once they begin and I'll be back after the ads. Have a lot of coins, so now would be a... Ooh! Just get me everything, 'cause why not? Well, that's gonna cut off that entire bottom section that I've left open. But it's gonna get me more steps. And that's where it ends for today, at least, because I cannot open this door. However, Got a lot of new items. I don't think I've got any new rooms, but let me quickly go. I'll take a break in a moment, and after the break, I will start a new day. But let me go back to the code check and check in another item. And with that, I'll be back after the ads. See you all in a moment. And we are back. So without further ado, let's continue and start a new day. However, if we're going to start a new day, from this point onward, I should be able to get to shelter and open up the... I should have checked the history because I'm always curious what will I get. I glossed over it. But I should be able to open the time-sensitive save. Yes, the foundation remains in the same spot I placed it. So I think I placed it in a bit of an unfortunate spot. Anyway. Mid-sized villa. Okay. Because if my hunch is right... I actually have the shelter. Now I have to wait again. Let me quickly... connect. So I guess I'll try again in an hour. Also, I'm gonna spend a few steps to investigate the outside for a bit. So that's not where the foundation leads. That is also not where the foundation leads, although I do think I'll have to lit those, because there is an item that lets me light unlit torches. But I think that's in the showroom. I got that off of an idea of out of one of the architect books. Not this one. Not this one. Nope. So there's gotta be something. I gotta figure out what to do in the foundation. There's a lot of puzzles I gotta solve. Okay, let's try this again. Only one statement is false. Only one statement is true. The gems are in the box with the false statement. No, two statements needed to be true in order for me to be able to locate the gems. Sure. And I start with a shovel. That is good. A key. Nothing. Give me the storeroom. Give me 2 items. That's a good one to place. That goes into the foundation. There's gotta be somewhere. I gotta get that elevator down. Okay. The pool. That is interesting. Because that adds things. Because I've only managed to draft that once, so the fact that I could get it now is really good. I still have another way I can go, but I prefer to have alternatives. Let me hear. This is what I needed to check. Office, nursery, bunk room, foyer, great hall. Here. So the boiler room connects ducts from room to run steam power to specific destinations in the house. Laboratory, garage, laundry room, furnace, and pump room. So I do need to remember that. And there is a use for furnace, which I don't know what it is. But I guess we'll see. Laboratory, garage, laundry, furnace, pump room. Speaking of the pump room, this room controls the water level. I haven't gone to that one yet. Pool, aquarium, greenhouse, kitchen, and several other features located outside of the main house. Okay, so it's good. Yeah. Fucking finally. I'll try and get it soon. Right now I'd prefer to connect everything. There we go. And that needs a key card. Great. Okay, 2 dice and money. It's not a bad haul. Don't have security. I only have a shovel though. Okay, for some reason it's not going out. Oh. Okay, handy. Okay, this one I need right now because I got the key card. If I set the security to high, Alright, let me see how this works. I have the pool. Gonna be wasting a couple of steps here, but okay, so this is basically what tossing it in the fountain does. I save it for later. There is something there, so I need to lower the level more. Question is, how can I do that? Like I said, this is going to be wasting a couple of steps for a little bit, but I want to get to the bottom of this. True, true. How do I... Oh, okay, now I see how it works. So I need that one, and I need to give water. It's 6. 6. Oh, that explains it. Okay. Up. 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 I'm starting to figure out how to do this. So it needs to... withdraw water. Or give water. That then gets drained from the fountain. And the fountain is number 1, which is pump 2. Okay, so pump 2 needs to be aimed at the left tank, which it is. And then it needs to give. No. Have I... oh, it's pump 2. Right, it needs to... Okay, so the fountain should be empty now, and I should be able to go to the bottom and see what's in there, because I noticed, looking around, that there was something at the bottom of the fountain. The basement door. I don't have a key for the basement. But if I get the key for the basement, I know how to get to it, I guess. Where's the kitchen? That's the pantry, that's not the kitchen. Still need to draw the kitchen. The pool is very full. Well, I don't really have the steps to do much else, so... let's see how far we get in 6 steps. 5, because 4. Boiler room. I don't have anything that I can... Wait, there is one. Let me check. So... I won't have... I'll have to do the boiler room connection next time. I saved a couple of steps, so there's that. Oh, that's another one. So I'm going to start by putting these together. That is 8. 1. 2, 3, 4, 5, 8. Stones cut by hand and letters wrought do spell our secrets carved from thought. A message read is often lost among the bold words spoken soft. The note is read, the letter is not. T. The true box does not always contain the prize. I do know that. So I don't have enough items yet. Locked and I have no key. And I can't go anywhere else. Though I did make a lot of progress today, so I know there's a basement, and I know I'll probably need a basement key. I have 8 of the song pages. I still don't have the 3rd entryway though. The fourth extension to the outside. Prosaic Villa. I forgot to check to buy book. Oh! Oh, the fountain is permanently drained. Until I fill it again, at least. Give me another shrine. Let me risk it. Okay, let's hope I can find a shovel, and soon. This facility, dedicated to the filtration and flow of water throughout the estate, houses 5 water pumps and 3 oversized tanks. The pump room can be utilized for a number of maintenance tasks, from draining the pool to activating the sprinkler system. Springs, screws, and coils scattered atop the workbench show sign of this room's frequent use. A craftsman's studio dedicated to creativity and invention. This room was used by your uncle regularly whenever he needed to fix or improve a gadget or contraption. I still have so much to figure out. Give me more money first. And more steps. I'm gonna go digging in the root cellar first. Turnip. Broken lever, that's good. Turnip. Key, that's good. Coins. Nothing. Can't all be winners. Nothing. Coins. I almost have enough for the metal detector. Coins! I have enough for the metal detector. This is going to be a run with a lot of resources, I hope. Now the question is, can I make anything with it? Because I have a couple of items now. It needs another thing, huh? Okay. So now I have a metal detector shovel. That's pretty dope. Not the greatest fan of this move, but... More coins, more money. Don't have a gem. Another coin. I have blocked myself off in a lot of locations. That isn't good. Okay, it's not a dead end, but I have closed off an entire section of the house. I might have to do some research during the break to look up a couple of things. Get an idea of where to go. Because I thought maybe there would be a chance of getting the basement key from that, but I also didn't get it, so... It's the end of the line anyway. Well, I'm gonna take an early ad break. I'm gonna see if I can find some pointers without, you know, straight up the solutions. And I'll be back after the ads. I'll see you all in a moment. Hello, and welcome back. Without further ado, let's continue and restart. So, I tried doing a little bit of research without giving myself too many spoilers, of course, just to get an idea, and I have a couple of ideas that I can look into. The one thing that I did look up and that I came to a conclusion is I don't need to worry about the basement for now. That is a concern for later. I got mid-sized villa again. So I still need to find where I activate that fourth flame. Oh, that's a good start. Let's hope it helps me find more resources. There is something that it did give me a point or two. I need to try and build a room here, so let's try that first. I want to leave the corridor for later. Ooh, key. That's a pretty good start. I don't like that I already had to use the corridor. But this does work out. Let me get some extra steps while I'm at it. And now we can see where the elevator leads to. This box is empty. There are 2 empty boxes. There are 2 true boxes. This is probably the lie because it's the only indication key. Ooh. 1 money and I got 2 back. Now, where does this lead? Ooh, upgrade disc. So I guess this is eventually a different way into the manor? Well, it's good to know. Ooh, coins. Oh, there we go. Let me open the vault again. Ooh, that was worth it. I don't have anything to dig. Give me this so I have more resources. Kind of a waste to put a passage there. That is good, however, because now I can first of all upgrade. That is going to be helpful for later. And now I want to turn the security to high. Keycard system. Set security level high. And offline mode to unlocked. Exit. Here would be a good passageway. I'm gonna have to gamble because I don't know if I'm gonna get lucky to get trunks. At some point, I also want to try and see if I can connect all the computers together. I also need to start setting up so that the boiler room is connected to places. Okay, what does this guy have to say this time?
And, as it was foretold, I am awakened at the sound of a dropping coin. You find yourself face to face with the great Alzara. And I suspect you wish me to look into your future. Yes, the fog is clearing. I see a shadow in the doorway.
The dark room?
Silent footsteps in the hallways. An unlatched gate you did not open. A missing item you did not take. I see a young boy watched from afar. A young boy who once was brave, but now afraid. What you have heard here has been foreseen by the great Alzara. Until the dawn of the following day, I will have nothing more to say.
Oh, hi Luna Blasi. Or hi Luna. How are you doing? It's been a while. I don't really know what that gave me. The statue... Oh, I'm gonna take a screenshot of that, because I know what that is for. Gonna put that to the side, so that I know where to find that. If you call it a day while wearing the moon pendant, you will start tomorrow with 2 of the items in your inventory. While drafting, you may rotate the first 3 floor plans you draw. While drafting, you may rewind time after drawing new floor plans. You are more likely to draw tomorrow rooms while drafting. Whenever you gain steps from eating, you gain twice that many steps. Whoa, those are good items. They're also incredibly expensive. I'm doing alright. I'm having a blast playing this game. Sure. Secret passage. Oh. So I've opened one of the doors to the antechamber. Let's see if we can actually reach it. Ooh, another upgrade. Let me quickly give him that upgrade. And then see if I at the very least can reach the antechamber. Ooh! I'd prefer to get more keys. Yeah, but where's the dining room? Way too far. I have 8 steps. 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. I wouldn't reach it. So instead, let me focus on... To continue up, you must go down. Okay. Well, this is the first time I've actually run out of steps. Impressive manner. Yeah, this was a really good run. So I've got a couple of things that I can do right now. So I also noticed it said something here. It showed this, but this was knocked over. But why? Let's first see if we can open the shelter or not. Nope, not this run. That is somewhat helpful. It's right here? Really? Well, I found the fourth one, just I overlooked it. A couple of times even. So where does that go? Now I have two places to look into. I won't be needing gems. So where does this lead? There are rooms there. Foreman's log 3. As our client Thomas Sinclair suspected, the arches that were visible from the south cliff were part of a much longer arcade carved into the rock face. Last week, when our crew first arrived, only 2 supporting pillars were visible, but after only a few days of clearing vines, moss and dirt, we have uncovered a dozen more. Our exploration so far has been limited and entirely superficial, as every shaft we have surveyed has ended abruptly, and every promising path leading deeper into the mountain has been blocked by tunnels packed tight with soil, rock and debris. This site is either much older than we first had assumed, or someone deliberately had these chambers buried. So now I'm gonna have to memorize where the chess pieces are? In what room? So many puzzles. I am enjoying this so much. Foreman's copy, do not remove from sight. Realm and Sigils of Past and Present by Professor R. Willard. Historically speaking, sigils are not a new tradition. They have been found in every era and every culture and predate both written text and heraldic arts. However, today when we use the term sigil, we are referring specifically to realm sigils, those crude circular marks of designation found on royal artifacts, buildings, and older documents. This book was written to make simple understanding of these fascinating glyphs, and to clearly display the correlation between each sigil and the iconography of the realm's royal art. How is the image of a leafless burning tree seen in geometric lines, and what does that tell us of a kingdom's history? Each line, each circle, and each variation tells the story of the land. Even the adorned borders around the sigil have a special meaning. To understand a realm sigil, we must first dismantle the symbols and identify the individual elements that make up the whole. Each sigil is composed of 4 things. More puzzle solutions. The core. At the center of each sigil is a unique shape, different from each realm. If the core gives us a name, then the rest of the sigil tells us the history behind that name. Still, it is important to be able to identify and distinguish the core as the first step in deciphering any sigils, as all the other parts are meaningless if we don't first know the place we are describing. I'm missing pages. I may have to look into solving this later. Okay, so I've got this. I think I need something to start a fire over there. Now let's go to the basement. I don't get to keep the... Ooh, that is painful. So the basement key resets unless I open the door on the same day. That is painful. Every statement claiming where the gems are is false. The gems are in the blue box. The gems are in this box. The gems are on the table behind you. So assuming that is false, that is false, that would be false. So they're in here. 10 steps extra. Compass. There's a pawn here. There's also a pawn here. And here. So what do I have to do with that chessboard? Because there's only one pawn. We first go back to the entrance hall. There's also a pawn here, so... And here. Although not in here, apparently. That is a bunch of keys. Okay, that is good. Because I can put this off. Gymnasium off. Garage on. I can put the doors to high and put the offline mode to unlocked. That way I should have no issue . Put that closer to the middle. So I can actually use a couple of steps to go back. I do wish I had drafted this closer. I might have to try and get a couple more bedrooms in, or get to floor 8 and get to the diner. That is good. That is definitely good. Okay, let me get this for now. And hopefully get something good out of it. Okay, that is good. There's a knight here. The death of drafting. The fear every architect faces. Every architect has experienced it. You're drafting your house room by room and everything is going smoothly. Suddenly you realize there's only a single path available for expansion, and it is imperative you draw a hallway, or else your design will have no hope of further development. But, on the critical draw, the drafting gods offer you nothing but dead ends. Rooms with no exits and even fewer prospects. Dead ends are the death of dreams, the death of plans, the death of expansions. In short, they are the death of your house. But are they genuinely as daunting and menacing as they appear? Perhaps beneath their morbid exterior, dead ends hold some inherent value. In this volume of drafting strategy, we will delve deeper into the world of the grave than any architect has ever dared to draft, to discover once and for all if there's any life beyond the dead end. I'm going to be safe, I'm going to post this here. No exit strategies. A dead end is any room that lacks another door by which to exit. It is an understandable instinct to want to avoid these rooms while drafting your house, as they limit your available paths for growth. However, seasoned architects quickly learn that you do not want to completely ignore them. A very common mistake that beginners make is picking the room with the most doors while drafting and ignoring all other factors, but every house needs some dead ends. Each dead end room an architect draft removes that floor plan from the draft pool. The more dead ends you draft, the less likely you are to draw them later on when decisions are more critical. The key to figuring out a way to draft dead ends without blocking off your house's potential for expansion. Dropping a dead end room on the rank behind you is a great strategy to accomplish this, and helps you pick up some extra resources before continuing to higher ranks. In general, you should try to fill up every open slot in your house before moving north. Grave mistakes. As foreboding as black bordered floor plan may seem, Tomb stands out as one of the most straightforward strategies centered around dead ends. This floor plan can only be drafted from the grounds and is considered one of the outer rooms. As such, it can be drafted at the very start of the day, allowing architects to know immediately whether their strategies should focus on dead ends or not. The tomb itself is a vast crypt filled with shadowy... Oh, I need to take a picture of this. As foreboding as the black bordered floor plan may seem, the tomb itself is a vast crypt filled with shadowy alcoves and creepy recesses. The entire space was designed by early Orindian architects to evoke a sense of mystery and intrigue, perfect for those who are appreciative and skeptical of dead-end architecture. The 8 Aegeran angels of that early era that are scattered throughout the tomb's chambers are a memento of times past, and you will certainly be seeing a lot of them when employing the tomb-centered strategy, as you will likely be making several visits here throughout the day. A successful tomb strategy depends on 3 crucial factors: finding shops, amassing enough steps to allow for return trips to the grounds, and drafting as many dead ends as possible. This strategy is perfect for those who love risks and great reward. Tomb isn't the only dead end you'll find on the ground. There are a total of 8 outer rooms, which are rooms that are draftable outside the house. These floor plans are unique, not only in where they can be drafted, but also in the fact that they are floor plans that cannot lead to an expansion of further rooms, making them the perfect candidate for dead ends. They are also able to be drafted at the very beginning of the day, which allows the architect to plan out their strategies with greater precision and purpose. For example, on a schoolhouse days, architects will prioritize acquiring gems to pay for the extra classroom floor plans, whereas on a hovel day, they will focus entirely on getting lots of extra steps. Grounds for termination may have been a play on words for the title of this article, but it certainly wasn't a joke to the former groundskeeper Denny Ravain, who made his home while employed on the estates in this humble bedroom. The groundskeeper's toolshed is often a great draft choice to find useful items like a shovel or a sledgehammer. Even better items can be found in the trading post, that is, if you have something valuable to offer. This shop is frequented by local farmers and hunters who supply the estate with goods in exchange for a few shiny trinkets. Most of the vegetables and fruits obtained from the locals are preserved in this subterranean cellar when winter arrives. These stored goods are frequently traded back, providing them with a reliable source of sustenance during the colder months. Even further underground, provisions are also stored in the estate's bomb shelter. The purpose of this, of course, like the root cellar, is preservation. However, in this case, it's the preservation of people rather than food against fallout, radiation, and red rooms. Enshrined ideals. Introduction to shrines. The outer room is a floor plan with functions that isn't as straightforward as the others. Just what is a blessing? How much gold do I need to give? How long does it last? The shrine is a space of reverence, a mystical cavern filled with the glow of candlelight, and those that show respect and pay tribute are blessed by unseen forces that guide this world. Blessings are persistent benefits that last several days and are bestowed upon reverent visitors who have made an offering of gold. The type and duration of blessing can differ depending on the amount of gold given, but the more gold you offer, the longer the blessing will last. Blessing of the Tinkerer. Whenever you draft a mechanical room, trigger your current experiment. Blessing of the General. After you draft a red room, if you have at least 5 different ranks containing red rooms, gain 5 gems. Blessings of the Berry Picker. While drafting, instead of picking a floor plan, you can pick a berry. If you do, draft a random floor plan from your draft pool, disregarding rarity. Blessing of the Monk. If you call it a day in a room on your estate, you will draw that room while drafting from the grounds the following day. Blessing of the Chef. For each different type of spread that you do today, add an extra dish to the dining room. Blessing of the Dancer. While drafting, you may pay 1 gem to spin floor plans. Blessing of the Gardener. Add 8 courtyards to today's draft pool. And Blessing of the High Roller. Each time you draft a shop, gain an ivory die. Gain 10 gold whenever you roll an ivory die. Top 5 dead ends. If Toolshed is good, then Attic is really good. Even at a steep gem cost, this room cannot be passed up. It always pays for itself and more. Study is like the most powerful room for an experienced architect who no longer has difficulty accumulating gems or solving chest portmanteaus. More than any other room, code checks allows architects to enter their strategies on a specific item of their choice. The risk may scare off some, but to those who see their steps as an expendable resource and throw caution in the wind, Hovel is an unbeatable drafting force, and surprisingly, this room is actually categorized as a dead end, allowing architects to utilize it in both dead end and color-specific strategies. But I'll be back after the ads. See you all in a moment. And we are back. I already fucked up. I finally realize how the room of mirrors works, and I messed up. I've reached the necessary rank, though. Okay, let's do this one, because I need the steps recovery. Oh, bunch of gems that I can't use. So the rank 8 room cannot be... Okay, good to know, but... I still need to try and get my hands on that bomb shelter. Sizable Inn of the Dead. So at some point I'm gonna have to start classifying which room has which chess piece. Which is gonna be a mess, but... However, I really need to get access to... shelter. I'm gonna set it for my next stream, which is tomorrow. (1 a.m.) I'm annoyed that I still haven't opened it, so it might be geared toward a certain time zone, which is something I will have to look into. I'm gonna be busy in my upcoming streams. I'm probably tomorrow. Today I just wanna continue building. Tomorrow I'm gonna try and see about classifying all the rooms. Not the smartest move, but... I still need to start drafting bedrooms, so I should be able to save up some of those steps. There we go. Like this. The gems are in the only true box. Only one statement is true. The gems are in the blue box. That would make that one true. Would be false. But then that would be true. So if the gems were in here, that would be true, because the gems are in here. But that would make... But if they're in the blue box, then that one is true. And then that one is true, and then they're all true. So only one statement is true. If the gems are in here... The gems are in the only true box. So if that is true... One statement is true. The gems are in the only true box. If they're in here, then that would be true. And that would make two statements true. So it has to be in here. I will need to find some food soon. Or bedrooms. Phew. Oh, okay. Broken... No, sleeping mask. Boiler room? I also still have a lot of ladders to find, so that just goes to show how many more puzzles I'm missing. So I have that one now at rank 5. So that one always remains the same. I've turned off the gymnasium, so that shouldn't be an issue. I have the car keys. Ooh, secret garden key. Okay, so that is to open a specific door. Don't think... I have the shovel. Now, let me first go back to... the dining room, and I can try and build more from there. $30 more steps? I'll say yes to that. It's expensive. Hopefully it's worth it. Not worth picking up. That's already not a good start. Coin. Wait. What is this? Oh, no. North should be that away. Okay, so that is good because I need to try and do something. A floor plan so secretive it had to be removed from the drafting pool to avoid anyone unwanted accidentally stumbling upon it. The secluded garden, flanked by a variety of Morai Jai fruit trees, has served as the private retreat to at least 2 other generations of Sinclair. So the fastest way to get there actually would be to make a connection here. Ooh. Sleeping mask. Nothing. Running shoes. Nope. Magnifying glass. Burning glass? What is that? Can light candles and ignite fuses. Huh. You are more likely to draw mechanical rooms while drafting. Automatically collects... Ooh. Okay, but first... No, you're doing me dirty. That is mean. Nine plus 13. Oh, it's 22. So it's 2. 6, 9, 20, 10, 2. Oh, whoops. 13, 2, 9, 20, 10, 2 times 3 is 6. 1 times 1 divided by 1 is 1. Oh, Staff notice. The day we all dreaded has finally arrived. It is with unprecedented sadness that we inform you of the death of our benefactor, employer and master, the Baron of Mount Holly, H.S. Sinclair. Any staff who has been interested in attending services may contact Mrs. Babbage for details. In following the instructions left by the Baron himself, effective immediately, all work at Mount Holly is suspended. All live-in staff will have 1 month paid leave and must vacate the premise by Friday, November 6th. Miss Babbage. I don't know if it's possible with so little time left, but I need to remember to ask Anne if we can commission new artwork for all the rooms of the house. We need them produced in sets of 2, a pair for each room. Honestly, I have no idea what I'm thinking. I'm likely delusional to think that this can be pulled off by Thursday. Face Ace. I'll add this to the notes. I don't think I can build anything else. Nope. I'll do one more day, and then I'll probably call it up for today. I have so many puzzles to solve. I was also so close to getting in the basement. So close. Shrine? That took a while. Okay, now I need to get lucky and get a shovel, because I have that many more courtyards. Keycard, that's good. Ivory dice. Really? Okay. The gems are in the blue box. Every statement with the word black is false. The gems are in the black box. So they should be in here? No. Simon. I am a dare bird, a daring and brave bird, diving so deep bird, a ride on the wave bird. There is not a dare I would not do. There is not a depth I would not dive to. However, my friends are not very open to the idea that I like the sky less than the ocean. Bird in the sky, not in the sea. That is what they say when looking at me. You are not sea bird, you are not swim bird. If you are friend bird, fly in wind bird. And shouldn't you always listen to friends? For they know me best, or so they pretend. So I dare not dive, and I dare not swim. I dare not step foot in the ocean again. And I dare not smile, and I dare not laugh, for they will do it for me, and on my behalf. And I dare not dream, and I dare not speak, for maybe my friend won't like the real me, and I will say goodbye to my dreams and the sea, and wonder why daring feels just like defeat. That's a bit sad for a children's story. If there are 12 major keys. Hartley, I know we spoke often of this day, and I don't think there's anything I can say of the past 40 years that I haven't already attempted to tell you numerous times in the past. Half-stated gratitude always interrupted with tactful and polite repudiations from you. I had always known this final letter could give me the perfect opportunity to finally express myself, uninterrupted by you and unfettered by social graces. But I do not feel the inclination to say aloud what has always been unsaid between us. With my passing, I release you from your post in service to the Sinclair family and implore you to live the remainder of your years on your own terms, as scary and unfamiliar as the concept that may be to you. Besides, I think a more junior valet would be better situated to meet the needs of young Master Simon. To that end, if you wish, you may stay on long enough to oversee the training and establishment of your successor in their post, but as soon as he or she has the lay of the land, my instructions for you is to quit must be satisfied. Ignoring what I imagine your objections might be after reading this, I have decided to leave the lake house in Trinsdale to you and your family. My lawyers have all the details of the gift and will be contacting you shortly about the particulars. For the past 4 decades, you have served willingly as the subject and victim to my many whims, games, riddles, and so rest assured, unlike my nephew, you will not be put to yet another challenge to prove yourself worthy in this matter. The house is yours without strings or stipulations. I had for a time gleefully entertained the notion of employing Anne as the house manager of your new residence, but I knew the humor of such a prank would be entirely lost on you, to say nothing of her. Until we meet again, friend, Herbert. Hi, Shady. Let's hope I can even make it that far. Alright, but I'm taking a short break because the ads are about to begin, so I'll be back after the ads. And we are back. So without further ado, let us push forward and continue. I might do one more run after this, because I really want to do more. I'm having too much fun playing this game. $19. $8. I don't know what the middle one is. 12? 4 times 4? 8, 12, 16. Oh, it is 16. 6, 12, 18, 24, minus 16, 24, 14, 10, 8. Nine. 16, 16. Or is it 6 times 6? That would be 20. Yeah. It's squared. Guess that's what that square means. Okay. Wait, why did it say that? Respectable inn. Oh, because of bedrooms, okay. So the problem is, I finally created a wine cellar, but I didn't actually manage to go into it. So that is another issue. I'll do one more run. But after that, I am calling it up for today. I'm also gonna have to... I might start, because I think there is... Give me a moment. So I can... Let me test something. I might have to spend some time learning how to use this. I may have to start organizing my notes as well. But there are still so many puzzles to figure out. I've also never had the sauna or the locker room, so for that I need to actually get the pool in pretty early. Then I also need to connect the boiler room to the pump room for something special. The gems are in the blue box. This statement is of no help at all. The gems are in this box. Okay, that was a weird one. But I guess... And the silver key. Okay, that also is an extra key. But I don't necessarily need to pass by there. Yes. Turnip. Pebbles, not worth picking up. Now let me go back to the aquarium. Turnip. That wasn't worth it. Why did that look different from a distance? Okay. The name used to designate the realms of Eastern Waters is no longer known to the average citizen of elder generations. We must permit our leaders to enjoin us to abandon our past. Ajera. Most historians mark the beginning of the First Era, often denoted as Ajera by the ascension of the first king, whose name, Oris, would later grace the Burgenin township in which he was crowned. Oris was known before his coronation as a prominent merchant lord of considerable means and affluence, whose sway in the region made him the ideal candidate for the unification of the surrounding provinces. Regrettably, history is not always forthcoming, and the surviving records of those bygone days are mostly limited to trade agreements and sale receipts. Nevertheless, we can deduce from these ledgers that Oris had but one aim: expansion. The territory spread from the heart of Oris, and by the end of the 1st century, a new kingdom was born. Baron Sinclair. Thank you so much for your cooperation with our department and this investigation. We know our presence is never convenient, especially for someone of your social status, so it means all the more that you are not only tolerant but also willing to aid our efforts in getting this business done as quickly as possible. We are returning with this letter the book you lent us, though I must confess it was not as much help as I had hoped. I had heard that your library of rare and restricted books was quite extensive, and I was told by a reliable source that if the first edition and uncensored copy of the History of Orindia could be found, it would likely be found within the Baron's own collection, but perhaps I was misinformed. Still, part of me thinks that you may have given me this censored copy as a jest, a taste, if you will, for the bureaucrat of their own medicine. If that's the case, then I will say well done, fair play, and perhaps on my next visit we'll have a laugh about this after you've given me the actual manuscript. Until then, Detective Bon Margul, the Red Guard. I don't think I'm gonna get a lot of information out of the censored version. More steps. More steps. Nope. Nothing. Hi, Silver. Benny, Freddy, RJ, Caleb. How are you doing? How's your Sunday? Oh? What have you been watching then? If you don't mind me asking. Oh, this has been a rough run. What's it about? I've never heard of it.
I can smell your bones from here. Sweet, sweet calcium.
3 times 3 is 9. 3 times 3 divided by 9 is 1. 4 times 4 is 16. 2 times 2 is 4, is 20. No, wait. 6. 6 times 6 is 36, minus 20 is 16. Ooh, sounds interesting. Oh boy, okay, setting up a 5-minute timer. So I can only walk side to side. God damn it, this is annoying. I'm done because I have no other ways to go. And I haven't bought anything. I haven't found anything where I can buy stuff, so... Well, I'll continue your challenge until the day is over, and then I'll call it up, so at least your points aren't wasted. Also, if you guys wanna laugh, over on another side, another bot added me or followed me with a message to add them on Discord, yada yada yada, you know, all that. And oh, time's over, but still, this is gonna be a funny story. The message they sent is, I'm a passionate gamer who loves this game. Seems normal, right? But then they continue the message with, I'd love to team up for some matches. Sir, this is not the game you think it is. Seven drafting rooms. Oh yeah, because of I think the biggest issue right now. So good news is I have set out my goals for today. The bad news is I'm starting to run into a bit of a wall. And I think that's because I don't have my notes very well organized, and I'm not classifying everything, so I do need to look up some stuff. But I'm probably going to try and spend some time organizing my notes and then try to get to the bottom of more puzzles, because there are 8 red letters in this game. I've only have 1. I've reached the antechamber. I haven't found the hidden chamber because I haven't found the key, but I have found the key to the basement that I need to reach after reaching the antechamber, so this is going to be a very huge endeavor. I haven't gotten my one goal of finding the last extension to the grounds. Yeah, probably like that. There's too many bots nowadays. But yeah, I have a lot to look into. One of the things that I'm gonna look into is how to get what the paintings are, because there is something with the paintings, but I'm not really understanding the clues very well. Anyway, this is where I'm gonna call it up. I'll probably take a moment to see if there's any clips, although I will say, as much fun as this game is, I don't know if this game is something that you can easily clip. So, since there are no clips, let's take a moment to rate someone. Split fiction. Let's go rate Astel. Why not? And with that, I wish you all a pleasant evening. Stay safe out there, Wastelanders. It's a dangerous world out there.